Folks, I apologize. That's my fault not logging my computer in quick enough. Time 6:32. We'll call this meeting to order. Dan, would you like to lead us in the invocation?
Bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity again to come before you and work on the issues that confront our city. Hopefully we'll do this with less passion than in the past, but with a feeling that we're seeking your will as we always do. Grant us patience and understanding and desire always to do as you have called upon us. In Christ's name, amen.
Lloyd, would you like to lead some questions?
We stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor and protect our flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. Folks, before we start with citizens' comments, obviously before we start, the rules of decorum are in effect. You've heard me say this many times. Please treat each other with respect and be adults in the way that you talk or speak towards each other. Before we start citizens' comments, besides that, I obviously, because I work nights and I sleep a lot of time during the day, I don't see the news as often. I understand there was a huge tragedy where in Maryland, where they had a ship hit a bridge and a lot of people went in the water. So prayers for the people that are involved in that tragedy and trying to work through the mess, and those that have family members that may be victims of it. So that's all I have to say on that. Now we'll start citizens' comments. First up, Ms. Kippett. Wait, yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark Kippett, 31 Fireside Drive. This will be a brief announcement on, I understand there's an election coming up, and it's going to follow shortly after the eclipse on the 8th. They're here. On the 10th, then, we're going to have a forum here in City Hall in this beautiful facility from 6 to 8 p.m. It's hosted by the McLendon-Chisholm Crossing neighborhoods, and all the candidates have agreed to attend, and they will all be provided with a series of questions, get an opportunity to explain their positions to the city, and it's open to everybody in the city and our surrounding communities, so we invite those folks to come on by and hear the candidates. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bev Stibbins, and I live at 279 Partridge Drive in McLendon-Chisholm. I am here once again to speak on item 6.3. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I know the 5 of you heard this 2 weeks ago. The mayor did not, so it might be new to him. Please reconsider approving this ordinance for the Legacy subdivision. The 2 mayoral candidates in the upcoming election, who are both current council members, have stated in their election platforms to uphold the comprehensive plan. This subdivision clearly violates a comprehensive plan and the wishes of the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. Now is the time to rethink the approval of this development. Do what your citizens want and do not allow smaller than 1 acre lots, especially in the heritage center of our town. To all the council members, do not sell us out for a water tower location. And this is where the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Good to see you back, Mayor. Yep. David Black at 1419 Sienna Lane. Regarding the Legacy Park Estates, I think this codifies the disregard for the city's comprehensive plan's heritage center land use. So I'm also asking you please consider disapproval of this ordinance. It violates the comprehensive plan in a couple of ways, mixed use, and there's too many residential units. It's about 3 times too many residential units according to the Heritage Center land use plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously denied this zoning update, so it certainly has that backing. So please, can't you negotiate something that fulfills the city's desire for a heritage center? Athletic fields do not make it mixed use. It doesn't really make it a heritage center any more than Sonoma Verde's athletic fields make it mixed use. So my second subject is this notice of intent to provide service within the incorporated and annexed areas of the city of RCH Water and High Point Special District. Is this notice of intent like the one declared deficient with a motion to dismiss from the PUC last month? The administrative law judge gave several reasons to find McLendon-Chisholm's notice of intent to be deficient, not just using email instead of the required method of delivery. Perhaps the worst part is the judge said, quote, by failing to provide all of the required information in the notice of intent, including the applicable municipal ordinances and an identification of the requested area, it seems likely that McLendon-Chisholm inhibited the ability of RCH Water to meaningfully engage in the negotiations. So let's stop spending resources on this. You know, when it first started, when we had the water outage a couple of years ago, Adjourn Balkum took charge on her own time and enlightened us as to just how bad they were. Many already knew, I suppose. But this is today. That was 2 years ago. This is today. The city's various paperwork exercises have been preceded by events. RCH Water is not the RCH of a couple of years ago. The board and the operations have been replaced. Indeed, now the general manager of RCH operations was presented an award from the city last year. Quote, Mayor Pro Tem Balkum proclaims June 13th Robin Mile Appreciation Day in the city of McLendon-Chisholm. The Texas House and Texas Senate representatives also gave him accolades. That was for his work with Blackland Water. So RCH has the best guy in charge. Additionally, RCH is moving ahead fast and efficient. They're businesslike and executing what it takes to get us more water as soon as possible for now and the future. They're obtaining easements, have recently purchased land off of FM 550 to be their base of operations and customer support, as well as a position for a water tower. They're just getting stuff done, more than, unfortunately, what our tax dollars are doing for us right now. Thank you.
Anthony Crawford, 104 Lavender Place in McLendon. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to address you tonight. I won't bore you with what I've already talked about the last 2 weeks or the last 2 or 3 times about this, but just want to remind you that the Heritage Center concept plan has not been developed yet. The Heritage Center is going to be a reflection of our rural farm ranch heritage for McLendon-Chisholm. A neighborhood that has 330 homes in it, rooftops that are have 5-foot setbacks, which mean 10 feet between each home, does not scream rural farm heritage. It is just a sea of roofs. The comprehensive plan calls for 1 home per 1 acre, and we need to follow that. This is a opportunity for y'all to develop this Heritage Center to be a showcase for other cities and other people that are our size, and to have entertainment areas that will draw people in. Every single small town that I've ever been to that has anything like McKinney or anything has it, their homes are based on estate lots that are around those areas. And it's be very easy to take this plan that Mr. Webb has and develop those into basically estate lots. We've got estate lots across the street. These could be estate lots here, and it could be a showcase for the rest of the Metroplex if we give it a chance. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Gina Manis on Cheney Place in McLendon-Chisholm. I haven't been here since for a while because basically I was just really stunned by a vote for yes for the high-density neighborhood over here that I'm speaking on now, the Legacy Park Estates. I was burned. I put my trust in some of you and you let me down. And so I swore I'd never come back, but I feel strongly about this. This is my home and our property I'm talking about. And I'm going to give you another chance. Hopefully you do the right thing. As city leaders, you are elected by we the people. Our vote is our trust that you will lead and guard our shared values. You, as city leaders, knew our desire, the desire of we the people before you ran, stated clearly in the comprehensive plan. Desire, I love that word, by definition is strongly wanting. So you knew our community strongly wanted MC to maintain a rural feel with houses on a minimum of 1 acre. You knew that. They knew that. Some of you, however, lost sight of us, the community, and shifted over to semantics of desire as a loophole instead of holding fast to desire as a value to those you served. You voted yes to a high-density neighborhood, the very thing we, the people, strongly do not want. We want, in fact, strongly want, there's that desire word again, low-density neighborhoods with a minimum of 1 acre lot, less crowded streets, and property values that will only increase and not decrease. And we want trusted city leaders. For you who voted yes, now is your time to vote no and regain that valued trust you lost. If you want to regain my trust and many more like me, A, do not settle for less than, I'm going to give a little here, 3/4 of an acre lot. Okay, I've come a long way by that quarter. Do not settle for less than 3/4 acre lot. B, do not settle for less than 125-foot front. And for Pete's sakes, do not settle for less than 20-foot setbacks. Right now, it's 5 feet from the house to the property line. I'm 5 foot. So 2 of me between houses, that's not rural feel and 1 acre minimum lot. 3/4 acre, yeah. So that's to put it in perspective. Look again at what we, the people, desire or strongly want now as you desire our votes in the future. I know for me and the other 2 voters in our household, speaking specifically to mayors now, we want a mayor who will uphold the comprehensive plan and vote no for high-density neighborhoods. Now's your chance to regain our trust. Please. Thank you.
Good evening. Nancy Jones, 47 Fireside Drive in Chisholm Crossing. I know I've been up here before, probably a year or so ago, saying that the city council or any government officials, their duty is to serve those that have voted them in. So I agree with what Gina said. Very true. That's your duty. So we do desire the comprehensive plan to be upheld. I would say 1 acre per home. I also have wondered about the fields that they're offering with that other development, with theirs trying to come in here. I have a feeling the city. I have a feeling the city would probably end up having to run them, which would not be something you'd want to do, I don't think. I also think it would bring a lot more traffic onto 550 and 205, which we certainly can't handle anymore. I also heard that Heath has a moratorium on development right now. When I heard that, I thought, well, that's probably pretty smart, especially when it comes to our water supply. Because probably this, I don't even know, has more water been promised to other developments that we aren't aware of? Like the one was off of Pullen. Anyone know? You can't? Okay, fine. Because we were really surprised when on our street they put in a big line to go to the new development on Pullen. And they said, well, that was because it had been promised a while ago. So I hope there aren't any more of those promises. But I do agree with what's already been said, so I don't need to repeat what they've all said. And I'm representing in our family 5 voters. And I'm representing a lot of people in the neighborhood and other people that I know in the community that feel the same way I do. Sorry they couldn't be here, but I'm standing up for a lot of people. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Trudy Wessner, 43 Fireside Drive. I have spoken to quite a few of you guys on the same issue that most of us are here for, which is the legacy subdivision that's going in. I have received quite a few phone calls now that most people know that I'm running for city council. And it's not just my neighborhood, which is at Chisholm Crossing. As you can see, Mr. Black is also from Sonoma Verde, and he's also concerned about this subdivision that is going in. What I would like to ask, since since the ones that are running, or most council that has run, has stated that they are for low density. Since we are not wanting a high density area, I would like for the vote that you guys do tonight, if you are in favor of this high density, I would like to know why. Because if you're stating that when you run for city council and you're for a low density, but you're voting for this high density, I would like to know why you are choosing to vote this way. Because there's obviously something that I'm missing. I'm missing a reason why you're voting this way. And I would like to understand that, along with all the other voters. Just help us understand. That's all I'm asking for. Help us understand why you're running on low density, but yet you're voting on high. That's all we're asking for, is an explanation. And it might be a perfectly good explanation, but help us understand that. Okay? And that's all I'm asking for. The other thing that I would like to explain is, yes, these taps do need to be used, but they don't have to be used all at once. This land can be used for a part of these taps, and then more land can be bought somewhere else, and these taps can be used there. They can be used in multiple places. They do not need to be used all in one spot. Just because you buy a pack of gum doesn't mean you need to shove it all in your mouth. You can spread it out. It's okay. So You don't have to use them all at one time. That's all I have to say. Have a good meeting.
There's no more, right, Conrad? All right. It is 6:52, citizens' comments are closed for the night. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda, which is 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. It was brought to my attention that there are some errors in the minutes. There's a couple of things missing in there. If you want to explain what's missing. Guys, we want to approve it in the consent agenda with that particular one with the missing pieces added to it to be approved. Do we need to pull it off to do that? Okay.
I'm requesting to pull off the minutes from March 12th.
Okay.
Council meeting.
All right, so the minutes for 5.1 are pulled off. So right now, is there any reason to not approve 5.2 or 5.3? Then I'll look for.
A motion to approve the remaining parts of the consent agenda, 5.2 and 5.3.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, if there's not any discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Show that unanimous on 5.2 and 5.3. All right, moving back to 5.1. What do we have that's missing on that?
Motions
Okay.
and directions, and we go the main meat of things that needs to be in there. So my suggestion would be is for it to be pulled off and presented at the next council meeting.
With the changes, the corrections. Okay. Do I have a motion? Do we need to make a motion on that, or can we just go ahead and do that? All right. Do you want to make a motion to do that for the next council meeting?
Yeah, I make a motion to have the minutes of the March 12th, 2024 City Council meeting to be amended with the motions and staff direction and votes on the minutes at the next, and present at the next council meeting.
All right, I've got a motion and a second.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Show that unanimous. All right, that's done. All right, moving on to the items under 6. Which one was it you wanted to move up? We have somebody that's here for one of them. He's got other commitments. We're trying to get one moved up so we can get him out of here.
Moving 6.5.
Okay.
Up
We're going to
to-
start out with 6.5, which is review and action regarding approval of a resolution of the City Council of City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, consenting to the addition of certain land into River Rock Trails Municipal Utility District Number 2 and providing an effective date.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This agenda item solely is discussing item 1.1 of the development agreement of the River Rocks development that the council has already approved. In that 1.1, it says the council will approve it unconditionally and irrevocably. So initially we thought to put it on the consent calendar because you already approved it through the development agreement. But we thought, no, we need to put it into the regular items, so review action. So they're asking, this ask is what was already approved in 1.1 of the development agreement of moving approximately 40 plus acre, 40 point, not 41, 40 point something acres from MUD 1 in the ETJ to MUD 2 in the ETJ. Has nothing involved at all in our city boundaries. It's just moving from in our ETJ from one MUD, 40 point X acres to MUD 2 in that same area.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion on that.
A motion to approve the resolution of City Council. I recommend to approve the resolution consenting to the addition of certain land into River Rock Trails Municipal Utility District Number 2 and providing an effective date.
All right, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion?
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Holla if you could answer, with River Rock is wanting land into the ETJ, into the mud on this. I would like to know what the legal boundaries on this with approval or denial would be once this land moves into the mud.
The legal boundaries of what? The area?
Correct.
Yeah, but it's going from one mud to the other. So mud 1, I don't know what the actual numbers are for the muds. Just call them mud 1 and mud 2. So mud 1's, whatever, when they were created, they've got a meets and bounds. That would take away whatever, this is moving to 148.15 acres. So you take 148, which would be described by its own meets and bounds of 148.15. You take it from mud 1 and add that to mud 2. So mud 2's boundaries would now be that plus the 148.15 acres from mud 1.
In doing that, does that move it into any subdivision type stuff, or is that just moving the land from 1 to 2?
I haven't seen a map or anything like that, but my understanding is it is just from one mud and their boundaries to another mud. It's all area owned by the same developer.
Folks, I hear a lot of grumbling out there. The city attorney was off on his numbers. It's not 148 acres.
Oh, I was looking at 6.3. You're right.
It's 40
Yeah, sorry about
acres.
that.
Yeah, 40 point something acres, not 148.
So just take away, described as meets and bounds, the 40 acres from mud 1 and add those meets and bounds to mud 2 of 40 acres.
So I had a question, and one of the last statements, Josh, that you made last time was that we would be in breach of contract if we voted against this. And so maybe you could explain how that breach would occur. And then, Mr. Holla, I'll invite you to respond to that, if you will.
Respectfully, I would defer to your own counsel as far as how that would play out. But given that there was a contract that was approved by the council on January 9th with some conditions, we've met those conditions. Your attorney has approved those conditions and the revisions to the agreement in accordance with the motions that were made on January 9th. And so we do have a valid binding agreement with the city. Pursuant to section 1.1, the exact words are simultaneously with the approval of this agreement that the city will approve a consent resolution, the form of which was attached as an exhibit to the contract itself, consenting to the annexation of the 40.82 acres into the boundaries of River Rock Trails Municipal Utility District number 2 of Rockwall County.
So I have no problem answering that question. However, if we're going to talk about potential legal breaches and remedies and all that stuff, we probably should not do that.
Okay.
Because I don't want to give Josh a head start or anything that we would be talking about. He is probably like, oh, please answer that question. Please answer that question. No, that's all right. It's my job to. So if y'all want to make a motion to go into executive session under 551.071 subsection 2, we can do that.
Quick question before we do that. So the developer agreement is, by Josh's stance, that we're bound to moving the 40 acres. I would like to know some clarification in if the interlocal agreement isn't signed, is the developer agreement, is it, I thought you had to have one without the other, and then if you don't, what happens if it's passed then the interlocal agreement doesn't pass?
I think that's going to be not a main focus, but a little portion of what I would talk about to Councilmember Tucker's question. So can we, yeah.
That's section 4.4.
Correct, and yes, I got lots of comments about that one.
Okay. All right. Let me get back here to where I can read the executive session part. We are going under item 6.5. We're going to adjourn into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code 551.07 Is it 071, Michael?
Yes, sir, 071 subsection 2.
Subsection 2 for consultation with the city attorney to discuss this particular matter. I'm not going to read all of 6.5 again, but back in there to do that, it's 702. We don't plan on being in there long, guys, so I'm trying not to keep this in there for a long time. right. 7:20. We're back from executive session. No action taken in there. We'll move back to 6.5 in here. Ay, ay, ay. All right. I'll entertain a motion on that one.
Well, the motion was already out, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion was already out there.
And there was a second. Do you want
And
me
there
to
was a
repeat?
second. Any further discussion on it before we take a vote? I apologize. Dan?
No, not on my part.
All right, let me get, I can read this thing a little better. All right, then all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, hold on. That was the ayes. So I've got Councilman McLendon, Councilman Balkum, and Dan, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Aye.
you. And Councilman Tucker is ayes. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Opposed is Councilman McNeal and Councilman Day. All right. Show it passed at this time. Okay. Now we'll move back up. All right. Thank you for being here, sir. All right. We'll move back up is the person that wanted to do the presentation on the roadway impact. You're here? Okay. All right. We'll move up to you now. 6.1 is presentation on roadway impact fee 101. Conrad?
Mayor and members of the council, it's exciting for me you've been waiting for this a little bit and working jointly with Councilmember Tucker on the roads and streets. We have Mr. Pete Kelly here from Kimley Horn, who the council has approved to do an impact fee review and study. This is like a impact fee 101 course, a presentation that he's going to get. You've all received previously the schedule that follows state law. You'll have 2 public hearings through the process, and per state law, we have to set a public hearing, then hold the public hearing, and then later on, you've all looked at that schedule. But this is the very initial part. You've also been sent and included in your packet the draft of the impact fee study, and that you'll have to approve down the line, but you have it now. And so he's here to just update you and to teach all of us and to help us understand the impact fees and how they work and the process we're going to use. And as soon as potentially the council's already approved water and wastewater, but based on the current circumstances, that is on hold. But we're moving straight ahead on the roads and bonds. So we're excited to have Mr. Kelly here, and he has a PowerPoint, which I just plugged in. So hopefully I'll get this going for him real fast. I'll let him talk for a few minutes, if that's okay.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Pete Kelly with Transportation Engineer with Kimley Horn. Glad to be with you tonight. So as Conrad mentioned, where we are in the process right now is we have a completed draft report of the roadway impact fee study. Due to the requirements of Local Government Code Chapter 395, that's what governs impact fees. There needs to be 2 separate public hearings, which tonight is not one of those. Tonight's purely informational to be able to provide you information about a refresher on what impact fees are, to walk through the components of the roadway impact fee study, to kind of explain all those, to give you a chance to answer any questions, and also give us feedback on what you might like to see. If there's anything not included in the slides you would like to see at the public hearings when we come back, we're going to come back in May for the first step, and then we're going to come back in June for the final step in ordinance adoption for that. So in a minute here, we'll get the presentation rolling and kind of run through some of the technical components of that. Yeah. Do we have a, is there a clicker? I could just have him do it too. That's great. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So the main things, again, we're going to cover tonight is I'll cover the basics of what impact fees are. I'll go over the components of the study. Now, mind you, it's a fairly lengthy study, and the components in the slides are going to be fairly boiled down, very concisely summarized, just to be able to consume that quickly tonight, and then also talk about the next steps. Next slide. So just a refresher, impact fees are a one-time fee for new development. So just to reiterate, that's not a recurring fee or a tax for current residents. It's a one-time fee paid once by new development when it comes in. It's a mechanism to recover infrastructure costs required to serve future development. So the main purpose here is we're collecting money to be able to provide infrastructure intended for new development. So this is not to provide infrastructure for existing development or fix infrastructure for existing development. It's a legal way to collect a flexible fee for infrastructure to give the city the freedom to spend the money on high priority projects where they're needed. The benefits of using impact fees, why use them? They're equitable, predictable, they ensure accountability, and they're proportional. So the equitable part of it is that developments pay an equal fee whether they come in first or last on the street. They're predictable because we can make a schedule of rates available online, so any developer knows if they see what type of development they're bringing in, they'll see the fee per development unit in that schedule. To be accountable, the state law requires those funds be spent on roadways specifically within a certain amount of time, or they need to be refunded back to the developer. And they're all proportional because we do a capacity analysis to make sure that those fees are proportional to the amount of impact each development is bringing in. Just to cover quickly some of the things that impact fees can pay for and what they can't pay for. They can pay for construction costs specifically for projects that are on the capital improvements plan. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. They can pay for survey and engineering fees, for land acquisition costs, debt service to fund those roadway projects, and also for planning studies, including the impact fee study, can be reimbursed out of those fees. Things that can't be paid for as part of the impact fee program are projects that are not included in the impact fee CIP, and again, repair, maintenance, or operations of existing facilities, upgrades to serve existing development, and administration costs of operating the impact fee program. So the five main components of the impact fee study, which I'll cover in the next few slides, are land use assumptions, service units, the capital improvements plan, and the maximum assessable fee, and the credit calculation. So starting with the land use assumptions, where we have to begin is by projecting 10 years of growth in the corporate limits to understand what the demand is going to be. Again, Chapter 385 requires that we only look at 10 years at a time. So this isn't a build-out projection or a 20-year projection. The way that we do this is that we take data from several sources. For example, parcel data. We look at the comprehensive plan, growth trends that have been occurring over the past few years, and also look at known developments that are coming in. And we categorize these into four main land use categories, that is residential, and then for employment, we look at basic, service, and retail, and what those mean is for basic uses, those are industrial uses primarily, industrial and agricultural. Service is your office and institutional uses, and retail is essentially your shopping, dining, entertainment, and everything else. And I want to also state as well that this is just a projection in order to create a calculation. This doesn't tie the city any kind of development commitment or any kind of development pattern in any way. So the draft projections that are part of the draft study that you have here are a forecast of 2,400 units, residential units over the next 10 years, and also about just under 60,000 square feet of employment uses, split up between service and retail. From there, from those units of growth that we projected, we convert those into what we call service units for the purpose of calculating impact fees. And so for the service units for roadways, is we want to know how much impact those developments are going to have, that growth we just showed is going to have on McLendon-Chisholm's roads. And so we measure that in what's called vehicle miles. So the service unit definition in Chapter 395 is a standardized measure of consumption attributable to an individual unit of development calculated in accordance with generally accepted engineering or planning standards. And I'll skip the rest, but essentially the roadway service unit is a vehicle mile. In other words, the capacity consumed by a trip traveling along the city network that's going in 1 mile. So the way we calculate vehicle miles for developments is there's 2 components. There's the trip generation, so how many trips that development generates, and then how far those trips typically travel. So for example, you may have a shorter trip to take kids to school in the morning, but a longer trip to commute to work or to go to other types of land uses. So we look at both the frequency of trips and also the trip length to determine how many service units per development unit need to be assessed. So just a couple examples of how this is calculated in the study. For a single family home, what we use is a national source. It's called the ITE Trip Generation Manual. We see in that manual that it says in the PM peak hour, there's 0.94 trips per house, and the trip length that we evaluated is 4 miles based on national data and local data. And combine those together, and that's a generation of 3.76 vehicle miles per home. So we use that number to assess impact fees later down the road. Moving on to our capital improvements plan. So after we've calculated the demand in service units, we need to look at what kind of capacity or infrastructure do we need to serve that demand. And it requires a development of a capital improvements plan. And the capital improvements plan needs to be based off of an adopted plan. And so what we used was the thoroughfare plan that was provided in the comp plan. Using the thoroughfare plan, we evaluated the road network in McLendon-Chisholm to see which roads are built out to their full capacity and which roads are not yet built at all. So we really have 2 categories of impact fee eligible roadways in the study. The first category is widening, or in other words, existing roads that have the potential to be widened in the future. And then that's the orange line on the map. The red line on the map are roads that aren't built yet but are part of the mobility plan, so that they will need to be built at some point in the future as development comes in. Now that at this part, I'm going to kind of walk through a basic version of the maximum fee calculation. So we've talked about the land use assumptions, service units, and the capital improvements plan. All those 3 are kind of the ingredients that come into how we calculate the maximum fee. We start with the land use and population projections, and then we look at the capital improvements plan, and we add up the cost of all those roadways together. And if you look at there's a formula near the bottom of the screen. It says impact fee per service unit equals recoverable cost of the CIP. The recoverable cost of the CIP is the cost of all the infrastructure, and then we have to take out and subtract the costs to serve demand beyond the 10-year growth, and also the cost to serve existing demand. So we look at what kind of traffic's on the roads today, what kind of deficiencies currently exist, and then also what kind of growth is going to be coming in between 10 years and beyond 10 years. And so we look at the recoverable cost is only the cost for infrastructure to serve the 10-year demand. And we divide that by the growth in service units over that 10 years, so it's equivalent. After that, there's one more step that state law requires in order to take into account the impact of ad valorem taxes once those developments are in and people are living in homes and businesses are operating. And as we have to account for those taxes, so there's 2 options there. You can do a detailed financial analysis to look at what that might be, or you can elect to essentially take your maximum fee and divide it in half or multiply it 50%. And the route we went here is multiplying by 50% to get the maximum fee. So how that looks in terms of hard dollars and numbers, is the total cost of capacity. So that would be essentially to build out every single road on the mobility plan would be $280.1 million roughly. Again, if there's any sticker shock on that number, there's no commitment there to build those roads in the next 10 years or any specified timeline. That's just an estimate of what they would cost in today's dollars. The growth in vehicle miles, so we took all those units that were projected and converted those to vehicle miles. That's just under 9,700 vehicle miles over the next 10 years. And so when you actually look at the percent of the capacity that would be attributable to those vehicle miles specifically, it's only about 14.5%. So the rest of it would be beyond the 10-year window. And so we came up with a cost of capacity attributable to growth at $35.2 million to build those roads. And then going to the credit calculation step of 50%, that brought the number down to $17.6 million. We divide that by the 10-year growth, that brings you to a maximum accessible fee per vehicle mile of $1,820. So you have to go from there and convert it to the cost for each specific land use. And there's a whole table in the report that shows how many vehicle miles per land use. So there's a multiplication exercise that happens there. But just for demonstration purposes, to kind of get us in mind of what this might look like for a single family home, the maximum accessible fee would be $6,843. And again, as a reminder, that would be something that the developer pays when they come in to build a development, and it would be different for all the other types of land uses. So just to cover the next steps in the process, like I mentioned before, Chapter 395 outlines a very specific process and a very specific timing for these meetings that need to occur. The next agenda item is you'll be forming a capital improvements advisory committee to advise the council on impact fees. We have our first meeting with them scheduled next month, and we'll be presenting the same thing that we'll be presenting to you again, which will essentially be a review of what you saw tonight in May. That will be the first public hearing. After that, we'll be coming back to meet with CIC again to have our final meeting with them to get their final comments to you before we come to you for the final meeting in June. Now that was a lot of information thrown at you in a short period of time there. If there's any questions or if there's anything you would like to see or have more clarification when we come back, please let me know.
Quick question is, what do you define as a new development? Because you mentioned that this will be only affecting new development. Is it a new development that hasn't filed their paperwork yet, or is it in the first early stages?
So it's typically developments that plat after the adoption of the impact fee. And that's something that can be a little bit nuanced that we can discuss with your attorney on what developments can and can't be assessed in the timeline. But typically it's the impact fee ordinance is adopted, and then within a year, developments have time to plat and pull building permits before they actually have to pay them. But if they plat in that time, after that year, once they pull building permits, they'll have to pay those fees.
And then, my second question is the people that will be, I guess, who we would be appointing for this particular committee. What was the date? Did you just turn off the presentation? What was the date for them to come to your first meeting?
So we will meet with them for the first time April 16th.
April 16th.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was kind of thinking about making sure that we have an opportunity for those who may not know about it to have it to where it's available on the website for an application or something if they want to join it. Would you be opposed to that, to having other additional people in before next meeting?
I think the only requirement is that the city officials need to form the committee, and how you choose to form it is the process that's up to the city. Mm-hmm. My understanding is that is the next agenda item to form the committee. So if there's members that you would like to add after that, I don't know of a part of the state statute that would prohibit doing that, but I would again defer to your attorney.
Okay, well, if you're going to be part of this committee, I just wanted your opinion before we make that decision. I just wanted to see, is it going to be material that you're going to have presented to them that they can go by and they can be able to catch up? Is that?
Yeah, we can provide the draft study to them and the presentation ahead of time that they can look at, anything they need to review.
Okay, well, thank you.
Ryan, you have any questions? What?
Thank you for sending. I read, by the way, the entire report, and I understand vehicle miles better than I ever thought I ever would, having gone through it. I even went through your mathematical model, and I enjoyed going through it. And I advise everybody, if they get the chance, to make sure that they go through it. It's very interesting. And I'm interested in the way that you guys are making these projections of growth. And I know you probably don't have the report in front of you, but I'm looking at these things, trying to figure out how your mathematical model is making these projections. I mean, this number is roughly 9,700 vehicle miles in growth. What is our current base right now that we're at?
In terms of current vehicle miles of demand?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that's something I could bring back at the next meeting, or we could send that in an email to you.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And who was it that actually prepared the report? Were you one of the authors of this?
I was the one that prepared the report.
Oh, okay, so if I have questions and I want to interact with you on some level, is that acceptable to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, that's it.
Yeah.
Dan?
No, I'm just happy to see that this has finally come before us. I know I asked for this back in, I think, November of 22 or thereabouts. And so I know it's taken a long time to get to us. So I'm pretty excited about seeing this and then going through the process and finishing this up. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much on that one. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to 6.2, roadway impact fee, development of capital improvements advisory committee. Conrad? What do we need on that?
Mayor, members of the council, that's one thing that Mayor Pro Tem Balkum was alluding to, the development of the capital improvements advisory committee. You can have it as big or small. State law requires it. It's an integral part of this. I threw some names out there just as suggestions. They weren't something that is mandated but I mean, people that I thought would do a good job on it. You can set it up however you want. And what I'm understanding is you have to set up the committee now, but if you wanted to add some members later, you could still do that.
You got to have at least 5 people.
At least 5, that's right.
And probably the most important thing, so let's get into your question a little bit, probably the most important thing they need to know is the 2 things they're going to be doing. We've already covered, they're going to set up like land use assumptions. We've already been through that. But then they're also going to adopt or recommend, because they're only an advisory committee, but they're going to adopt recommend the adoption of the capital improvement plan. Okay? That's really important because the main thing they're going to want to know about that, this is just my opinion, and you do this regularly, so you may have different, it's 395.013. That's got the list of things where you can't use the CIP funds. Number 1 on that list, if I remember right, number 1 on the list is if it's not identified in your CIP plan. You haven't done it, and you can't use it for repair, maintenance, operation of any current or existing capital improvement plan. So we can't think that we're going to use this for stuff we already have. Nope, it's all stuff, you have to hear about new, it's all stuff that's going to be happening after the adoption of the CIP and the ordinance. And typically, generally, normally, you mentioned platting. The reason that's used most often is because that's really officially, for the most part, when a developer gives notice to the city of, hey, this is what I want to do with the property. So it would be, effective as long as the ordinance was passed before that date. So that's probably the most important thing. Things like we can't use it to pay down other stuff. We can't use these fees to pay down. It's got to be specifically used for what's in the CIP plan, and that's it. So to answer your question, that's probably the most important thing the committee, when they do, in addition to adopting the plan, because we forget or we don't think or whatever, not going to be able to use it. Heads up.
I believe also it's very important to have the message out that our existing residents aren't going to pay a dime for this. So current residents of the city aren't going to pay anything. They're the ones which, like all of us, how come the city hasn't widened this road, and how come the city hasn't done all these things before all this development coming in? This is another tool in your toolbox. By far, it's not going to pay for everything, but it's another tool, more money available, probably to combine with other money to make these road, follow our thoroughfare plan and help us keep up to date with the continued growth of our city. So it's essentially that, and then like our city attorney said, and our member Pro Tem, it kicks in at the plating. So if people are after the plating stages, they've already started the plating stages, they're grandfathered into the old stuff. So.
Now, Michael, that was 5 sitting members on the committee, not including alternates? At least 5.
And so did you call them and to confirm that they are going to commit to coming to these meetings?
I called and talked to most of them. I'm trying to look for that list, or I left messages with them. So commitments, I don't think any of them firmly committed that, yes, I will be on that committee and I'll be at every meeting. None of the ones written down there. They know about it.
Well, if this thing is required to have 5, I think that we need like solid confirmations that they're going to actually commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, I asked them for that. I didn't get commitments from any of them.
Go ahead.
If it's okay if I put out just, I don't know what names you have on the list, but one thing that many cities do is they appoint the P&Z as the CIC as long as the committee members meet the requirements of Chapter 395. Occasionally you have to have an ad hoc member to fulfill those requirements, but that is an option as well.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I know the P&Z, they do a great job in responding to us, letting us know that they're confirming they're going to come to the meetings.
So, Mr. Mayor, are they requesting any action?
Yes, because we have to approve the formation of the committee. So we're looking for. Yeah, how do you want that motion the way this was written?
Are you interested in making it with the P&Z?
Or that's the discussion between all of them.
Well, I mean, it sounded like Councilmember Day was thinking about making a motion, so.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to do, I'd say, hey, I want to make a motion to create a comprehensive street plan advisory or comprehensive improvement advisory committee, capital improvement advisory committee, and make it P&Z. Just do that.
Or just to make the committee so we can open it up for discussion.
Well, that'll open it up for this. You can make a motion, and then if you decide no, we'd rather use other people,
then we amend the motion.
Right, sure.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So I would like to move that we wait. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't we talk to P&Z first to see if they even want to?
Well, we gotta make a motion to we gotta make a motion to start the committee before we can even ask who wants to be a part of it. So let's at least discuss that part of it to open, because we have to open it up to approve the committee first.
So I would like to make a motion that we create a capital improvement advisory committee
With a minimum of 5 members.
with a minimum of 5 members.
I got a motion, do I have a second?
I second.
All right. Now it's open for discussion, guys, whether we want to ask if P&Z is interested, whether we want to add to it that there's a couple of slots for alternates. We now have it open to discuss.
In my personal opinion, I would suggest that we have P&Z and that we had a very wonderful workshop where we talked about all these things. And I think based on the history, I think that they have committed to it, and based on information that Mr. Hildebrand shared, that he hasn't got confirmation from the individuals that he recommended in this list. And if this thing needs to start on a timely manner, that's what my suggestion would be. And is to start with P and Z, and if we need to, I don't know, in the next a week or two or something, maybe if someone is saying, hey, I want to be on the committee, that would be number 6, and then we can get on the committee.
Okay, hold on just a second. Mark, since you're here, can you step up to the hot seat, sir?
Yes, Mayor.
Since you are over P and Z, how many current members do we have that actively show up?
Oh, everybody shows up.
Okay.
We only occasionally have one person that doesn't. Okay. So we have 5 plus 2 alternates.
All right. So we have enough.
Let me double check that, right? I got that number right. And I'll just state, we have 2 of the members are engineers.
Okay. But we do have enough to meet the requirement.
Oh, yeah. We do have one vacant alternate position that was due to a vacancy. We can get you a name or you can generate a name. I know there's one community member that's very interested in joining P&Z.
Yeah, I could.
I'm sorry, is this something you guys would be interested in? 'Cause we didn't even ask you yet.
Yeah,
Are you interested in helping us out here?
I haven't polled P&Z, but I'm sure they would.
Okay.
To echo what you were saying, Mark, so you have the 5, you have one that's an alternate that's here sometimes, and then...
No. We have well attended, and we have a full complement of regular members. We have one alternate position that is open, and to Council Members Balkum's point, it's good if we have a little backup as we have meetings, because inevitably life happens. But we had never had a problem generating a quorum.
Yeah, that's what I was going to echo. So if you're good, and then you have the one opening, and we do know there is a community member that wants to be a part of stuff. So I think opening that up would be like just a perfect opportunity.
I mean, that's council's decision but I would encourage council to consider filling that position if we assign this as a new task to P&Z.
Absolutely.
I've looked through the report. I agree with Councilmember Days. Well done, well written. I mean,
Now, those names that you were talking about, maybe we can pull from that for that additional slot that hasn't been filled.
If you can just get confirmation and then they can be added to the list.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we can bring it back. You have a committee, and I did get the creation of the committee. Who was the second on that? Oh, you were on the second on that. Okay. So it's the creation of the committee with the planning commission. You need to add that to your motion if that's acceptable to you, and approve that. And then that's a perfect vote. No, that's a perfect vote. That fills the thing, and then I can let these other people. We can put it on the website. If there are other people that want to fill out and suggest that maybe they want to be on the committee as well, we can.
Well, I would actually be open to receiving a friendly amendment on that.
Okay.
Just add.
So we're amending, I want to make sure that
You
I've got this
wanna
clear.
amend your
We're
motion
amending this motion such
to
that,
use P&Z, the P&Z members to be this particular committee.
Say, I want to amend my motion and create a CIAC with the people appointed as members of the CIAC to be the P&Z.
so my understanding is what you guys are trying to do is jointly charge the same
Yes.
committee. We're not actually creating 2 committees, we're creating a single super committee that does both.
No, you're committing.
So we have two separate agendas, two separate.
You're creating a.
And you're utilizing members of the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill those positions.
Two different committees, same people, serving both the committees. The CIAC will post its own agenda, give notices, et cetera, et cetera. They have to be separate because they have to do things like file semi-annual reports, with different agencies. So they're going to be their own unique thing. So they can have them like on the same night. Let's say they have a P&Z meeting at 6. They can set a P&Z meeting at 6, post that agenda, and then because our P&Z is so efficient, so smooth running, a well-oiled machine, they can say we're going to have a CIAC meeting at 6:15, so or something like that.
But this goes beyond that. I mean, it includes the premise is that it includes the P&Z, but extends itself out to other members of the community as well.
If they want to join and be part of it.
Yeah. So it's not.
We have an open slot.
It's not exclusive to P&Z members is what I'm driving at, right?
Let's just do. Okay, so
Okay, I make a motion to create a development of a capital improvements advisory committee with the planning and zoning commissioners plus one confirmed member for an alternate.
Second.
You're approving the committee consisted of the P&Z folks, but you haven't extended to others in the community.
we have no confirmation with anybody else.
I don't want to put a limit on it because, you may get 2 or 3. The minimum is 5 people. So if you expand this to 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 people, that's not going to be a difficulty, should it be? You're shooting for a minimum, and I would prefer to have more people than not.
I would love to have more people until he confirms with the individual that he listed at first that they are going to commit to coming. That will be one additional person. Okay, so that sounds fair. They can come on to this particular committee, but we know P&Z is going to show up, and they are familiar with running meetings and all that. So I feel confident with that, and then just have one additional person that
I just want to make sure that it's extended people beyond P&Z.
Yes.
This is just getting the committee started. That doesn't mean 6 months from now, 2 months from now, a year from now, you can't go in and say, we now want
2 more people.
This particular committee to be X amount of people, or we want to separate it from P&Z and have its own standing out.
Understood.
Doesn't think you can come back and do that later. We got to get it off the ground first.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, so council, so we have 5 permanent members, all seats filled. We have 3 alternates, positions, 2 filled, 1 open. So you have the opportunity, if you want to add that, we have requested you add that, fill that other position. There's some members of the community have expressed interest, so that would get you to 8.
Well, that's
and
correct.
Obviously, for this new task, this new committee, if you want to add extra bodies, that would be up to you.
Thank you.
With all of the buzzing and everything else, I apologize, turned it off. All right, so if there's no further discussion, we've got a motion, we've got a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Show that unanimous. All right. Moving on to 6.3. Consider approval of an ordinance of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning map of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning district from PD Triple Creek to PD Plan Development Zoning District Legacy Park Estates, providing for 330 single-family lots and a community park on 148.15 acre tract of land located generally around the three sides of 1371 West FM 550 McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, which is City Hall. More particularly described here in Exhibit A in the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Rockwall, Texas, providing a severability clause, providing for a penalty of a fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing for an effective date. Conrad?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, this is an ordinance that you've seen last city.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. And it's the final thing prior to the plating process, for the preliminary plating process, for the Legacy Park proposed development. It's the planning document that needs, per state law, that per our ordinance and per law, that we need to have done. You've been through it all before. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Okay, so on 6.3, I know this is the hot topic, but or one of them rather. One of the things I'm concerned with is when we had this first brought to us, it's kind of morphed into something a little bit different now. And so when that happens, it automatically just sends signals in my head that there's changes coming that maybe we weren't all aware of, or it's just changes that just happen to happen. One of the big concerns I have is one of the citizens tonight mentioned the setbacks. To just not in line with exactly what they're saying, the comprehensive plan. And I know how we voted, so we, obviously we're not trying to redo that part, but the thing is, with these changes, with the lot widths, 5 feet, I think Miss Manis said you can lay 2 of her down, and there's the next house. It just seems a little bit different than what it was presented last time. The ball fields, I felt were one thing, and now I see that they're different. Not to tie too much into another agenda item, but it just seems like there's some other things that are here. So I don't know if I really have a question or if it's just more of a comment, but I can tell you I'm a voting no on this one.
Maybe I might mention that from the initial approval by the city council, I'm unaware of any real changes to the thing. We have our developer here, and I don't know if you want to put him on the spot, but you asked for certain things, and they came back and back and back, and finally made the 70-foot lots, everything 70-foot lots or more. The park facility. It initiated, and as Councilmember McNeal mentioned, as like ball fields. They still will be used in a smaller section, but it isn't even remotely like was initially designed. More of practice and potential games. I mean, there's not huge tournaments that are going to happen there that are going to bring crazy amounts of traffic because there's just not that room. Mainly, it's going to be beautified open space that the city can use in that park facility that I think the city is actively has asked for in the comprehensive plan, and as well as the development components that you see in the park facility. I mean, parks are something that we all know are a place that cities hang their hats on, that people congregate, people want to do, that is very consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it's there may be some things that I'm unaware of that have changed from there, and you're probably potentially some of that, but I think they're pretty consistent with what they originally, or that ultimately brought to you, because there were changes along the way, as you're mentioning. But
okay, well, then I'll ask it this way. So when some of this stuff was brought to P&Z and they recommended no, now there's been some changes. So if the fields are different sizes, I know going into 6.4, there's going to be a water tower talked about in this same area. That water tower was never presented to P&Z. That changes the fields, that changes the whole deal. And as long as it's a part of the ordinance, or let me back that up, if we approve this in a concept plan and it was never in the ordinance, then yeah, that water tower could then go anywhere. You can say it's going to go somewhere, but if it's not in an ordinance, they can relocate it. So I just feel like these two kind of tie in together, and it changes the dynamics of 6.3 at the end of the day when the fields now have been condensed, or that area has been condensed, so it's not the same. In the water tower coming into play, I don't know you can say the location's here, but if there's no ordinance tying it to it, then technically they can put it anywhere.
So the information about the water tower and all the water, just so everybody's clear, this is in High Point SUD. There is 3 developments that's tied to this particular water infrastructure, which we'll be discussing a little bit. The P&Z had a discussion with Ridgepoint, is it Ridgepoint Park? Ridgepoint Estates, I can never remember the name of that development, but Ridgepoint Estates came up here and they decided to go the extra mile to present to P&Z to let them know that they were doing a water study, which they did, and they paid for that through High Point SUD. It was 3 developments that was involved in that. And part of that expectation is that to be able to alleviate the issues of lack of infrastructure, and that they are putting it in. The discussion for this particular development, it was to include the information about the water tower, and there's an understanding of where everybody would be kosher or accepting where the water tower is. Ridgepoint, and I have an email to confirm, and I can send it to everybody if they would like it. The Ridgepoint development is going to bring in like Toll Brothers, which is a specific builder, and they made a very big deal about they do not want to see a water tower over here down the ways past City Hall. And the discussion about the location of a water tower from High Point was actually wanting it to be on our city property. Well, as you all know, is that we ended up hiring an architect to help facilitate Heritage District, and I don't believe anybody wants to have a water tower on our potential area that we want to have designed. And so there was discussion about what would be best would be to stick the water tower further back down into the Legacy Parks development, so that information is included in here to know where this location is, and they are all kind of tied together. So to be able to supply water for these developments. And that's why it's in here. In fact, at the last council meeting, I mentioned that there is stuff missing in this particular agreement, I'm sorry, this exhibit, and staff was supposed to come back with the corrected information. There was other typographical issues, but I specifically said there was no mention about the water tower, and that's what y'all have done.
Anybody else have any questions for Conrad on this? If not.
Is the water tower in the concept plan?
It's been included in the concept plan, in the ordinance, actually the ordinance that you have in front of you. As an exhibit, I think exhibits B, A.
I guess my concern is still, I just want to make sure we're clear. If there's an ordinance, then that is saying where that water tower is going to be. If there's not an ordinance, and Mr. Hawley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, then they can relocate that. Am I understanding that correct, or am I misunderstanding something?
Well, the next agenda item is an agreement to put the water tower, excuse me, to put the water tower where you just saw it on the exhibit. The three other parties involved have already signed that agreement and approved that agreement to put it at that location. So,
right, but don't you think there's a disconnect? I mean, to me, there's a disconnect between 6.3 and 6.4 then. And I mean, I'm just trying to get clarification, because if there's a disconnect, I just don't see how it aligns up, because 6.3 is saying it's one way, but then 6.4 is saying it's another. So my
6.3 is approving an ordinance to change the comp plan for the housing size, whereas 6.4 is approving what you're asking about the water tower, whether it's located there, whether we agree that they can do the water tower, is what 6.4 is. It is separate, but yes, they do intertwine. Yes.
They mix, maybe not in the full part of 6.3, but they do intertwine. I understand.
If it's approved in an ordinance, if it's part of the ordinance, then that should be set in stone in that location, right? They can't just arbitrarily move it wherever they want.
No, hold on a second. Section M, okay, first off, this thing should have been done weeks ago. So the meeting for High Point is only one meeting a month, okay? So these agreements should have already been discussed weeks ago. So in section M, it says specifically the M2, water tower location will be negotiated among interested affected parties, the City of McLendon-Chisholm, High Point SED, Scoreboard Retail Corporation, Altura Homes. And so it's not, that's not the location portion would be there. It's just mentioning that there's supposed to be a negotiated time and between these parties. Because technically, we do not have a CCN at this time for over this area. The water utility can put that infrastructure wherever they want. This is a partnership agreement amongst these parties to say, hey, you know, where would you like it? And it was an amicable discussion.
is, and I haven't seen it, do we have the concept plan with this ordinance? I would say if the water tower is in the concept plan, then nobody can move it unless we amend the ordinance. And here's why. Because it says development of the property shall conform. Shall is an interesting word. It's not a may, it's not a can, it's not possibly, it's not maybe. It is you must, you have to, you shall, no choice. So if it's on, that's what I need to see, and I don't know that we've necessarily got it, but I would want to see the concept plan, and if the concept plan, which is Exhibit B to this ordinance, if it doesn't have the water tower on it, that's one issue. If it does have the water tower on it, then I don't know what good that letter agreement is going to do, because this ordinance says it's got to be at that location.
This is, again, it comes back to the items weren't done appropriately. There was stuff that was missing. And so here we have another concept plan. The concept plan currently for this particular agenda item does not have the water tower location on it. However, on the next agenda item, which is related to the parties getting together with High Point SUD, does have the location of the water tower. So I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. The staff should have provided that in the document that should be in the agenda packet. And again, it's all the timing that when stuff was being submitted in, and at the time they didn't have that water location available to present into this agenda packet.
Okay, and that is actually very helpful. So I think if that's a concern of the council, and I'm hearing that it is, and there's nothing wrong with that, I think you almost have to decide the next agenda item at the same time you're deciding this. And what I mean by that is, if you look at where the water tower is going to be in 6.4, I guess it is, and you're okay with that, and then you want to pass this ordinance, that's going to be fine. But if you've got a problem where that water tower, so I think when Councilman McNeal is there very much, and I appreciate you saying that because I do agree with you, but they're very much tied together. Because if you don't agree with the location of the water tower, of where it's going to be, you certainly don't want to agree to the letter agreement, and you certainly don't want to approve an ordinance that says, hey, yeah, you could put the water tower where we don't want it in that letter agreement. So I think during this discussion, and I don't think it's improper at all, and I'm not saying you take a vote on the letter agreement first, but I think you do have to look at that and decide if, hey, is that location of the water tower appropriate? Are we good with it? If you are, then you could consider approving the zoning ordinance.
Since you want to bring that up, just so council knows that we will not be able to have an agreement with High Point to be included on this, because on Thursday of last week, they excluded City of McLendon-Chisholm in that. They have all the other parties in it. So the item or action item in this particular ordinance is dead.
So you're saying that they no longer want McLendon-Chisholm to be a part of the agreement, and so we don't mean anything, so we don't even need to do 6.4?
You have to be so unkind.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
but
you're right. I got to stop being direct and honest. That is a fault of mine. Yeah. So I'm really getting sick and tired of people pushing us around, quite frankly. Okay, so this is not you, but I'm really getting tired of this. So I would want to know, hey, do we want the water tower there? And if we don't, then I think you have your answer in the zone.
I don't think anybody wants the water tower inside our heritage district. I think that people want this to be planned a certain way. And I don't think Toll Brothers, who has $1 million homes expected to come over here into Ridge Point, I don't think that they would want to have a water tower right there either. So those are some things that we need to think about. But as far as this heritage district, I'm not okay. I don't know if anybody else on council is okay having a water tower sticking right there by the fire department. But as far as like an actual an agreement, they have already made that decision on Thursday. So, and they don't even have to have us really involved. It was just a neighborly type of agreement that took place.
Well, they were sure pushing us to get it done without it coming from council. And I was about to challenge all of them to a cage match, and I'll take them all in at once. I don't really care. But they were trying to shove that down our throats, okay? I know that because I got multiple calls on it from multiple people. And I said, whoa, hold on a second, okay? Even, this is how, like, people make no sense to me sometimes. even if the mayor signed it, or even if Conrad signed it, it's completely worthless. Let's stick it in the men's or women's bathroom because that's all it is worth. You can't do something like that without council's approval. So it's going from, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, now all of a sudden, hey, you know what, we don't care about McLendon-Chisholm. That's why I'm here.
All right, guys, let's back this up just a minute, okay? If 6.4 is dead because we aren't a part of that, or we don't have all of the information, then how can we effectively approve anything in 6.3?
6.4,
Because if they did not include us in that discussion, but yet they want us to sign off on something.
for 6.4, I think that this Conrad needs to explain about just the request that they're making.
Yeah, to back everybody up in what's going on. And first off, guys, and I'm sorry, I'm going to do this right in the middle of this because I know Brian just walked out. Let's take a 5-minute recess for a bathroom break. Yeah, his mic's on. We could.
Yeah, but that's the thing, the letter.
I'm sorry, I didn't turn that on the whole time. Did everybody hear me well enough? Good, because I don't think I could repeat it exactly the same way. Okay, well, I apologize. So what this is, and I'll do a quick recap. 6.4 does intertwine with 6.3 because it's a water tower associated with the Legacy Parks or Legacy Park Estates. 6.3 is approving an ordinance amending the comprehensive zoning map and granting a zoning change for that development. So at this point now, we will go back to 6.3. Like I said, approval of a zoning ordinance, and I'll entertain a motion one way or the other to either approve or disapprove that ordinance.
I would like to make a motion that I would like to move that we not approve 6.3, the ordinance for City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning map of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, as herefore amended by granting change in zoning district PD Triple Creek to PD Planned Development Zoning District Legacy Park Estates, providing for 330 single-family lots in a community park on 148.15 acre tract of land located generally around three sides of 1371 West FM 550 McLendon-Chisholm, Texas. More particularly described here in Exhibit A, the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Rockwall County, Texas, providing a severability clause, providing for a penalty or fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second? Sorry, I had a brain fart for a second. I've got a motion. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Now it's open for any discussion. If there's not any discussion, right there. Michael, what we did was have a motion to not approve the ordinance on 6.3. You okay with that? Right. Okay. All right. If there's no discussion,
I'll make a.
We've already got a motion in.
Yeah, I'm going to make a quick comment, and this is the development has come up before, and I was the only one who did vote against it. And for all the good reasons that the folks that walked up to the podium earlier made, I want to reiterate that this goes against the comprehensive plan for the most part, with a desired clause in there. The high density is ridiculously high. The ball fields that they're promising, the city has not done its due diligence in really looking at the supposed sports clubs that were supposed to help support that. There are a number of problems with this development, and so I would like to, I'll eventually vote against it.
All right, if there's no other statements, discussion, all in favor? Oh, hold on.
Sorry. Quick question. Or not quick question, just quick comment. I wasn't on council when this was originally approved. My predecessor, sorry. My predecessor did vote in favor of it in the seat. I, at the time, as a member of the public, would have voted no had I had a chance. And I came in here intending to vote no. Consistent with that view, for the same reasons that were described by many of the people who came to the podium, and it was very eloquently put by Mr. Tucker. So I just wanted to let people know why I was voting and how I was voting. This is consistent with how I would have voted had I been here at that. Thank you.
All right, with that being said, I'll take a vote. All in favor? Aye. That's to disapprove, guys. Not to approve.
Aye.
To disapprove.
Aye.
There's 3. Aye. 4.
Aye.
That's 5 that make that unanimous to disapprove that ordinance. All right, moving on to 6.4, which is the discussion and consideration authorizing the mayor to sign a letter agreement between Altura Homes, the city of McLendon-Chisholm, High Point SUD, and however you say it, Scoreberg Retail Corporation regarding the location of a future water tower to be constructed by High Point on land currently owned by Altura and generally located in the north and east part of Legacy Park Estates proposed development behind the McLendon-Chisholm Fire Station. All right, guys, I'm going to tell you I'm not real happy with how that portion of everything came about, because there has been some, and I'm just going to say this very frankly, developers or representatives of certain parties that wanted to try and push this through, and that's a no-no. We have rules and policies in place for a reason. I am not just going to arbitrarily sign something without this council looking at it and approving it, because they have to live with the decisions just like I do. And there was a push to try and do that with this, and I'm not very happy with it. So I don't know with us disapproving the ordinance on the first one, if this one, do we still need to approve this? Do we need to make a motion, Michael?
I don't think you don't have to do anything with it.
Okay. So if council's in favor, I'd see no action on this one. Daniel, you okay?
I'm thinking that maybe we should vote against it based on
okay,
making a statement basically that without them coming to us and discussing this and including us in the conversation, but within the confines of the city limits, that to minimize, our impressions on what they're trying to do, that it may culminate in some problems for them in the future.
Then I will ask that a council member entertain making a motion to not authorize myself or any other city representative to sign the letter.
I'll make a motion that we not authorize the mayor to sign a letter agreement between Altura Homes and High Point.
And
Scoreberg.
All the parties on there.
All the parties on there regarding location of the...
I'll second that.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on it? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
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 And Daniel, I didn't hear you. Well, you were an aye?
Aye.
Okay. Unanimous. All right. We've already done 6.5. 6.6, discussion and action for a resolution of the city of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to negotiate terms beneficial to the city in an agreement for the single certification purpose of facilities and property within the city limits of the city pursuant to Water Code 13.255, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the city administrator to provide a notice of intent to provide service within the incorporated and annexed area of the city of McLendon, to RCH Water Supply Corporation and High Point Special Utility District, authorizing the city attorney or city administrator to provide and execute a single certification application under Texas Water Code 13.255 and file such application with the Public Utility Commission of Texas and providing an effective date. Whew. That's a lot to say. Go ahead, Conrad.
Okay, Mayor and members of the council. Last city council meeting, we discussed this. This is basically initiating the 13.255 process from the very start to make sure that we follow all the specifics that's required by PUC. There was some trepidation that you did not have the notice of intent letter that's discussed in there. Subsequently, you have that in your city council packet. And actually, you've received two notice of intent letters, one that follows closer to the 13.301 process. The city went through that 13.301 process. It's interesting to note that how it was mentioned by Puck is that we didn't notify RCH in a proper manner, and we did it by email, etc. And it was explained in verbiage in that initial Puck application by our water attorney that RCH came to us, so they notified us that they wanted to do. So it wasn't like we were some big water company trying to take over some small or a big water entity taking over a rural water provider. They came to us per their board's request, per their board's action. So that's what was explained. So you have this before. So there was some issues with that application, and we all discussed that and got it. So the biggest issue last time was having this notice of intent letter. Mm-hmm. So now you've had a chance to read it, to participate in it, and so it's up to the council to discuss this, to determine the direction that you'd like to go for the city in this aspect.
Go ahead, you have a question. All right, I'll entertain a motion on that. Because it's direction and action, right?
Yeah, I make a motion for approval of a resolution of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to negotiate terms beneficial to the city for an agreement for the single certification and purchase of facilities and property within the city limits of the city pursuant to Texas Water Code 13.255, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the city administrator to provide a notice of intent to provide service within the incorporated and annexed areas of the city to RCH Water Supply Corporation and High Point Special Utility District, authorizing the city administrator to prepare and execute a single certification application under Texas Water Code 13.255 and file such application with the Public Utility Commission of Texas and providing an effective date.
Whew. Okay, she's got a motion on the board. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's open for discussion.
So just to kind of reiterate, brief overview. So there's talk about like this term about hostile takeover or whatnot, while you're holding over over an entity to basically, that there's no time for negotiation, all that kind of stuff. So what we have learned over the period of time, originally back in 2022, you started technically a 13.301, but there was no result from that because the other party, which happened to be RCH, failed to do what was requested in the agreement, which is basically a timeline of events, which is to include an election, certified audits, and for the our city engineers to be able to go and inspect and review the system so they can be able to enter all this data that's supposed to be on an STM file, sale, transfer, merger, application. And one party, which happens to be RCH, and our party, City of McLendon-Chisholm, will fill out this particular document together, and then we would go to the PUC together at the same time. So then May happened, and we ended up discussing about, well, they are not, what if they don't put the item on the agenda again, and what if they don't have like the election process again, because 2 times they were supposed to have an election and an audit, all that kind of stuff. So the discussion about the 13.255 has a time limit on that. And so basically the requirements for the PUC, which is they're trying to go by a checklist of what it says in the law that you can do. And so the first part of this is basically a notification to let RCH know, okay, we are open to having to come back to the table, and it's stating clearly what is expected from PUC and the law, what we need to include in this particular letter, as well as the exhibits such as the agreement, the same agreement, and a mapping of this particular area of the water boundary, which would hopefully include not only the city limits but also in the ETJ. Then the other issue with the PUC, whenever we were talking about that the High Point SUD wasn't addressed because we don't have an agreement on that, we would send the same information for High Point to basically cure the issue of filing a separate document just for them. And so that's why we have both RCH and High Point on here. Now, as far as the actual appearances of the documents, the mayor would sign the letter, okay, which includes all the exhibits. It has to be sent by U.S. Postal Service, and then we wait for RCH to follow through with the request to put it on their agenda, go through the process of approving it, and then respond back to us in a timely manner. If they choose not to do that, in 180 days, it says in the law that if the agreement has not been executed within 180 days, we have the right to be able to file with the PUC the 13.255, which is not the 20-page document. It will be a 6-page document that will just be for inside the city limits. And we would be meeting all the requirements based on the resolution, and as well as the notice of intent and all the items that we've already provided. Everything will be checked off to meet the requirements that they're expecting.
Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry. It's getting late and I'm hungry. Got a motion and a second. If there's not any other discussion, Brian, did you have a question or anything? Or Paul?
Sorry. My apology on that. What is the negotiation process going to look like over the next? Let's say this passes, this letter goes out. What would the public expect to see in terms of a negotiation process up until the end of the 180 days?
That's a great question. So we would be watching for RCH to place it on their agenda. That's like the first sign. So you know, they can't sit there and negotiate or come to have their general manager speak with our city administrator until they have it on their agenda and being able to say, okay, general manager, we approve this to go ahead and start this process. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And is the intention for the city to actually have face-to-face conversations with RCH?
Yeah, I don't think there's a PUC has a specific, there are outcomes of the negotiation, but a specific, can it be the mayor, can it be a couple of councilmen, can it be, I mean, you can, between the two parties, you can decide how you want to process, but there's certain outcomes that have to come out of those negotiations, as Mayor Pro Tem just stated.
Just so that we're clear, the reason why the city administrator is involved is because the city administrator would have to have the contract or contracted service with TNP, who is our engineers, and they would be required to be a part of this, to get the data, all the information that will be collected for this particular application called the STM file, which is 20 pages and 34 questions.
Quick question on the 180 days. Is that a guideline, meaning that what if you're at the 179th day of negotiations? Let's just say you're another 45 days of getting everything wrapped up. Are you going to say, oh, it's 180, now we file this way? Because it just, and I'm going somewhere with that, but I want that answer first.
Yeah, go ahead. No. Well, I just mentioned real quickly, I believe that 180 days is PUC is requiring us to at least have that 180 days.
What I'm asking is, you can go past it.
Yes, sir. That was my answer. At least, but you have to at least,
if the two entities start talking and they're not done talking at 179 days, does 180 days mean either party can go, wait a minute, if we're still negotiating or discussing things in good faith, as long as we did it before the 180 days or started it before the 180 days, we can go past that. Is that what you're asking? Okay.
Yeah. So
that's the question.
So we can,
That's
you know, like,
true.
let's say for instance, something happens where, you know, the engineers need more time, and it's at 170 days or something. And obviously, we're working in good faith and all that. It's just making sure that, you know, there's some sort of ending point. But as far as like collecting the data, I mean, it could take 2 months, 3 months. I mean, we don't know. I mean, obviously, when we're starting to get through it. But the answer is yes. If they are coming to the table and showing good faith, that means that I think that we probably could extend it to a little bit past 180 days.
So that's just the minimum requirement in terms of time allotment for negotiations, and you can probably go beyond that.
So we're clear as well. Let's say, for instance, we get to day 210. Okay, yeah, good point. And for some reason, they decided not to answer our phone calls, and they just walked away. Well, at that point, we already met the requirement of the 180s, and we can
file two.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I just wrote a couple of points down, and I'll just exercise them now, if that's okay. So the way I read Section 301, it appears to apply to a transaction that has already been put together by agreeable parties. So the 301 is important. As we know, the parties have not agreed, because that's why we're here, and there's a lot of apprehension by the citizens over whether this is the right course for the city. If we are genuine in our views that we should explore a more open-minded discussion with the RCH board without the hammer of a forced taking, then I think we should be clear and transparent that is what we want. We should not mix a message of wanting free and open negotiations and then also send a time clock to force the deal under a 13255. I've made myself clear that pursuing RCH at all cost is no longer needed and no longer wise, but if members do want to have a dialogue with the RCH board, then I think we should simply extend the message, offer new representatives for the city, and have a meeting or two without a ticking clock suggesting we will take it if they don't agree. It's just a terrible message, and maybe the very reason why we are even here right now. And as the Mayor Pro Tem said 2 times in her statement there, good faith. I don't know how it's good faith when you're giving them the 13255. And again, maybe we just extend some dialogue without any time clocks, without any notices of intent, and just see what happens. Maybe we might be surprised.
Council, let me remind you that you've gone through this in 2022. You started it. You originally had good faith. I mean, it was Conrad. You know, you were very, very joyful about the board members and as well as the water attorney. In addition to that, considering multiple history of things, it would be very. We should do the smart thing and making sure that we have parameters set. It's accountability for both parties. It's not to say that in the very beginning that this is going to be, we're blowing an opportunity to have faithful conversation on that. We're letting them know in this letter that said, hey, we're open to have you come back to the table. And we just need to set a parameter. Otherwise, we will sit there and go back and fail again if we go and not have any parameters, because we've already done this before, and multiple times the parties did not do what they said they were going to do.
I believe it was an old board, as another council member pointed out, I believe. So if you have an old board versus a new board, I just don't think we can keep comparing that. And that was an old board. It did start in 2022. I believe we were all headstrong on making sure that there was some oversight. And I firmly believe that if we give an opportunity of representing the city and showing that we want to be transparent, we do want to bring some togetherness by eliminating some of the division here, we do that by just saying, hey, we're going to come to you this time and just say, we're McLendon-Chisholm. What can we do to help? Get us in a position to have control of the water. And then we pursue it the right way. And guess what? If it works, maybe we have a great outcome and we don't waste a lot of time, because we've lost 18 months to get to a dismissal. So it seems to me the better way to do it is to just be representatives of the city and try it that way. And if it doesn't work, hey, we know we have these options. I don't know, let's just say, what's 30 more days? And maybe we reach out to them and just see what happens. Maybe there's something there. We don't know if we don't try. And sometimes maybe just changing lanes and trying something new, you get a better result. Because I think at the end of the day, we're on the same destination. We're just on different paths. And maybe I have a path that might get us there. The last path got us to a dismissal.
Last path.
And I don't disagree with what your statement was, Brian, but where I have a little bit of issue, animosity, concern, whatever the right word is the fact that I was brought up a telephone works both ways. Whether I pick it up and call them, whether they pick it up and call me, that telephone has sent and received. Okay? They have yet to say, hey, we're still open to talk to you. My phone hasn't rang. I don't know when I've run on the council, but I doubt very seriously they've called most or any of you to say we're still open to talk. You're right, board members change, but there's still board members on that board that lied to this council over this whole issue we're facing with today. There are still members on that board that lied to us about wanting the city to take over. And they're still members, still active members. And I'm taking Mr. Naylor out of that picture, but I'm talking about other members still on that board that lied about wanting the city to take over. Because they did tell us that, but yet we've had all these problems since then. I'm not saying they're 100% at fault. I'm not saying we're 100% at fault. Both parties probably have some issues we need to work out. But the phone works both ways, and I've not heard anything from them. Even if they don't want to call me directly, there's been nothing sent to us saying, hey, we're still open to talk.
I agree with you, Mayor.
That's my only concern.
Yeah, I agree with you. And one of the things that you pointed out, yes, the phone does work both ways, but obviously we don't represent RCH. We represent the citizens, our constituents. And so I think us being servant leaders and stepping up and saying, we're going to extend it. We're going to lead the way because that's what the citizens would then see. Because I feel if the citizens see the city step up and lead by a true extension of faith here, because that's exactly what the PUC says, good faith negotiations. I think it sends a good message, one, to the people. Two, we're still letting RCH know we want to talk. And I think we ought to be careful only on the words when we say they may be lied. I just don't want to put us as a city in a position of being, maybe there was some misspoken from both sides. I don't know. I wasn't in on those conversations. I just don't want to call somebody a liar on a council meeting. I personally don't, because I wasn't a part of those conversations. I just think that maybe if we try a different path, try something different, try something with good faith. You know what? If it doesn't work in, I don't know, let's say 30 days, maybe I'll change my tune.
Here's the thing, and I have no problem with good faith, but at the same time, I want to protect the citizens, because if it does break down, what's the difference in just having the paperwork in play? It can always be shut down.
And we can always file it in 30 days.
But if the clock's ticking on the 180 days, it may start the clock over. We're not, we're not, okay.
I have a question. How many years have we been with RCH?
Longer than we've always been. So they in the water business, I would have to go back. I want to say one of the pages of paperwork I said 1961. I think it's been even, I think that's when they were initially incorporated as a water company.
Okay. How long,
So-
how many years have we been in a water shortage in the summer?
I can't give you an exact number, but probably 4 or 5 years that I know of. Some are worse than others, just depends on weather and how well it fills up the reservoirs. And, you know, some of those water shortages were state initiated. Some of them were based on other issues. The ones we've currently faced in the last couple of years is based on the amount of water consumption because of people.
Okay. Well, do we know our consumption like right now? Where we're at?
I'd have
End
to
of
go,
the- end of the month?
we'd have to look it up.
Okay.
There is a website to see it publicly.
I believe every city in Texas has probably had some sort of water restrictions. It's not uncommon in Texas. We live in the state. We understand that summertimes they bring heat and they bring it hot. I believe last year Dallas, Fate, Rockwall, Heath, to name a few, had water restrictions put in place, if not all out water restrictions. Sure, we could probably do a quick Google to figure out how many cities exactly in Texas last summer had water restrictions. So that argument, I think, would not work. The other argument of it's been here since 1961, and they've had issues, I would probably argue how many times has the city tried to go this way until it fell apart. So the city could have had opportunities in the past to step in and do some things, and they didn't. They only do it right now. Again, I fall back to exactly, if there's no true time lost in 30 days, let's just see what happens. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, one, that wasn't my argument. Like, let me. One, that wasn't my argument. Two, we talk about good faith. RCH knows that McLendon-Chisholm has water issues for the past year and a half, and they decided not to come to the table. So I don't believe that they have good faith for the city. And if we do a 301, that gives RCH more authority. If we do a 255, that gives us more authority, stating we're willing to come to the table in good faith as long as you uphold your side of the agreement. Because for the last 18 months and for the last 4 or 5 years, for the last 18 months we've tried it, it didn't happen, and you see that our constituents are going every summer on water shortage. So that's not good faith.
Okay, so I don't know how long Councilmember McLendon's lived in McLendon-Chisholm, but me personally, I only recall 2022 where I was dialing down, or I'm sorry, 2023 where I was really dialing down my water. 2022, we technically had no water issues because we were going over consumption. We were going over the consumption, but we were still having water. I put a pool in. I had water going. I never really had any true water restrictions. I'm not saying they didn't exist. I'm just saying that there was a level that wasn't 2023 like, if that makes sense.
The reason it was more, I caught myself that time. The reason it was more pronounced in 2023 was because in 2023 or 2022, when this whole started, was because it triggered alarms with the city of Rockwall in the amount of water that was being pushed our way. It caused problems for them, which literally caused everybody to get to a point of zero water. It was going to hit rock bottom where it was going to be pressure issues. And when you get to a certain level, there may be sediment in the bottom that could cause problems. When your water goes to a certain level, we have boil notices. Okay. 2020, let me see if I can just remember, like 2021 and 2022 and 2023 at one point, if I remember correctly, we've had boil notices because water pressure dropped to that point. You know, it has been issues. Some years, maybe not as vocal as to the issue, but it has been for more than just 2022 and 2023.
Right, and that might have been kind of where I was leading with that they haven't been as exasperated.
No, but the last one that was because it not only affected us, but it affected another city.
And I recall because the night before, Mr. Pullen came in, and then the next day, Channel 8 News. So, and I get that. I still fall back to if we've lost a year and a half, what's 30 more days just to say, hey, let's see what happens, and if nothing, put it back on the agenda. We didn't lose nothing.
And guys, I'm not going to say that's not a good idea, but at this point, guys, and I don't want to waste their time or you guys' time up here. You know, I agree to disagree with my counsel on certain things, but at this point, we could discuss back and forth all night long and debate each other's thoughts on that. I think the best way to take action on that is we put a motion out there and we make a vote depending on how we feel about it. So, okay, so I'm sorry, the motion's already out there. I've done that a couple of times tonight. Motion's out there, second's out there. We've had the discussion. If everybody's good with it, then we'll put it to a vote.
I'd like to bring up a couple of points. I'm sorry. It's an interesting conversation, actually. I mean, it's interesting as a conversation about water can be. I'm looking at the resolution. We obviously understand how RCH feels. They've had many members have come on and had different opinions, and have voiced them at the podium. With respect to another entity that is mentioned in this resolution is High Point Ranch. I have no idea how the. I'm sorry. Sorry, High Point. Yes.
Another water.
Yes. These readers need to be improved. They're still fuzzy.
I get it.
My
I
bad.
get it.
My bad. My
Trust
bad.
me, I'm having problems with the context tonight.
The question is why is this process necessary for that second entity?
Because they're inside of.
Yeah, High Point SUD. So one of the things that was discussed in the PUC when we kept on coming back and forth, there was a map issue. Okay, so RCH crossed over the CCN to High Point SUD. So Chisholm Crossing 2, 3, and 4 is actually in High Point SUD. There's been no agreement. They didn't update the maps. The current maps right now at PUC, the maps could extend all the way to 30 and all the way to the harbor. Obviously, RCH does not service all the way out there. So what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be an agreement, and they go through the process that we're talking about. That's what normally is supposed to happen, and then the water boundary gets corrected. So in this particular situation, when the PUC said, well, where's your agreement with High Point SUD? Well, we don't have one. So that's why we ended up having that letter that says that they were not going to object to the city limits of us having that in our CCN. So because of the way that it was written, they came back and they said, well, you know, you actually need to file it separately because there's just a lot of errors with this entire area because it hasn't been updated correctly. So we're going to create a new filing just for the High Point section of Chisholm Crossing 2, 3, and 4 and the commercial area of 205 because all that is under High Point.
And is the negotiation process going to look identical to that one as well, or?
Yes.
So they know this is coming?
Yes.
And they're okay?
As long as it's not their equipment.
Which?
It's not their equipment.
Yeah.
RCH came in and built within the CCN of High Point and probably never notified.
Correct.
So back to what we were talking about earlier, this begs the question under we were talking about 6.4. If a water tower is built, Is this inclusive of this?
No, because that's actually in their CCN. That's not the same area that we're getting.
Ask about the water tower in relation to this.
So that's not infrastructure that is included in this resolution?
Correct, it's not.
It is not, okay.
Yeah.
But that is a good point, because if the water tower, going back to 6.4, that would have been High Point's SUD, and so there's a water tower that's wanting to be built. I mean, how would that work then? I understand where you're, I feel like I understand where you're going with that, Councilmember Day, on that. And it is within their CCN, I know that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explore the scope of what that secondary transaction, because we're focused so heavily on the RCH side of it, I want to know what that other transaction looks like.
Gotcha.
The CCN of High Point by my water bill from RCH.
So the reason why I asked that is because
Sure.
you obviously live there.
Yeah.
And that's not High Point's infrastructure. So we're only talking about the areas that have crossed over into their CCN. This is the area that we're honing in on in this particular water boundary.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so to the earlier discussion, sorry, it was just so many, it's just little intricacies as I was reviewing this. There was a discussion over whether or not there was a hard deadline at 180 days, and I'm reviewing, I put a bracket over here, section 2, where it says, upon passage of 180 days of the date of the notice of intent, whichever is sooner. So you've got one or the other. Is that consistent with the conversation we were having earlier, or is this more strict than the code?
What do you mean earlier? You're talking about from whenever we were discussing about Legacy Park?
Your hypothetical 210 days, this seems to cut out an option for 210 days.
No, the law is very specific. I mean, she was just making a roundabout that it could be sooner than 180 days, but it's basically the goal is to have an agreement executed by within 180 days. However, if it does go past that because, I don't know, we need data or something like that, then you could go past that.
So provisions under section 2 does, your interpretation is that this allows that to happen. That's what I'm asking for.
Yes, I mean, we will know, if everything is amicable and everything is kind of, if there's nothing, we have no response to anything, then 180 days will happen and then we'll go through the process. But most likely we'll have a response from High Point. They have always put things on the agenda, and then there's always been meetings and stuff that we attend to.
And my last question on this, I know it's a lot of questions, sorry, but because we have two entities again, I noticed that we have the letter of intent for RCH, but we do not have a letter of intent for High Point.
So normally, okay, so back to the previous council meeting, I said that the reason why we didn't have, Emily, our water attorney, was attending conventions, and so I said that the letter would be presented to the council at the next meeting so that y'all can kind of see it, and this is a sample letter. But it's pretty much the same thing, except that it would be for High Point, and also the maps would be different because obviously High Point is in a different location than RCH, so that's going to be the major differences in what's going to be presented to High Point versus RCH.
This is a sample letter?
Yes, because there's no letterhead and all that stuff done, and that's what was provided from staff.
I fall back to, let's just wait in 30 days and see what we can do if it's a sample letter. I mean, I don't want to vote on a sample.
So normally a resolution is giving direction for the staff to go and execute the letter and all that, okay? But per the discussion that we were having from council meeting before, I suggested we can have a sample letter to be presented at the council meeting. That's what I just did.
We're not going to go back and forth on this. You had valid questions. You had valid questions and statements. So did everyone else on here. Now it's time for you to make a decision. We've got a motion on the table, we've got a second. I'm just gonna do a roll call vote, it'll make it easy. Brian, yay or nay?
Nay.
Floyd, yay or nay?
Yay.
Adrian?
Yay.
Paul?
Come back. Okay. Dan?
No.
Pretty easy, he made it quick for you. Okay. It's a yes or a no. It's simply going forward with them putting together the paperwork and having it started. Okay? I get where you're coming from, and I get where Brian's coming from. It would have been better not to see a sample letter to see the actual stuff going to them, but I also understand what's going on both ways. So,
I think before
but if you're uncomfortable with it, then say no.
So before I cast my vote, which are well-known concerns that I have. We brought it up 2 weeks ago. I did have worries about governance.
Okay.
We brought that up before. I just want to make sure that that's lodged and that people understand why I'm coming out on this. I have the same concerns that are voiced by Mr. Floyd McLendon.
Okay.
Having raised my children in the city, I've listened to many folks across the entire city on this issue. It's a very divisive thing. In a lot of ways, it's been very hurtful to a lot of people. RCH has been a problem since I moved into the city in 2017. It's been a major problem. I understand that they've made big improvements to their staff. I think that the hiring of Robin Mile was an incredible hire on their behalf.
Here's what I'll leave you with, Paul, on this. This is nothing more than a resolution to get the ball rolling to protect us, but still open up conversations with them.
Yes, sir.
I can see where you're struggling with it, because I agree with you. There are times I'm like, I just want it all to fix. So, you know, but I understand the conflict in your heart. There are things that are concerning. There are things that you're just like the rest of us, you want to fix. So all I'm saying is don't vote what you feel is right. If there are pieces of it that still have you concerned, then don't vote for it. Nobody's gonna go, oh, you're a jerk for doing that. No, if you have concerns for it, I support everyone up here. Brian doesn't have, he doesn't like a lot of things that go on at times, but I still have to support his freedom to make that vote, say, no, I don't agree. Same with Dan, same with Adrian, same with Floyd. If you're unsure, then vote what your heart's telling you is right.
This is a very, very, very hard decision for me. Because I know what I want, and I want to get it the way that I want. I want it to go in. I want to find the win-win situation.
Sometimes we don't always get the win-win.
Sometimes
it's a little off.
And I worry that the win-win situation is being ignored because people are too passionate.
Okay. Then I think you know what your answer needs to be. No, it doesn't mean it can't come back to the drawing board and another council.
Unfortunately, that's where I'm going to have to be. I'm going to have to be a no.
Okay. Show that 3 against and 2 for. All right. Let me go to, what's the next thing? 6.7. Sorry, 6.7, request to modify the current McLendon-Chisholm junk vehicle ordinance to reflect the most recent update to the Texas Transportation Code, Section 683-071. I thought Asa was going to be here. Was he not going to be here?
No. Let me tell you real quickly, Mayor, in the sake of time.
Okay.
We were just going to discuss this. It's not in the format to approve
Oh,
or
okay,
deny.
okay.
So we could, and it's real quick. State law has changed. The state law.
Sure. So
versus
we're just updating our
but it's not
ordinance
a-
to meet that.
Yeah, it's not the format. We can put it on next agenda and go real quick with it. And it's
Everybody
just
good with that?
being in conformance with state law.
Yeah.
That's
Y'all good with
100%
that?
what this
Bring
is.
it back at the next agenda since it's not completed. Okay. All right. Then we'll move on to 6.8, review action update on all water issues. I think we've been covering most of it over the last 2 or 3 agenda items. If there's not anything else to update on that, and with that, with 6.6 being shot down, is there any reason to go into executive session on anything? If not, we'll move down to updates, discussion, direction to staff. We just got through spring break, guys, thank God. You know, all the new teenagers on the road. I see several friends and family that have children that passed their driver's license, some that I thought were still a little younger than they were. I don't have anything right at the moment. Just remember, Easter's coming up. There'll be Easter egg hunts and all kinds of stuff going on. Adrian, do you have anything? Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Solar eclipse coming up on the 8th. For those of you that aren't aware, traffic's probably going to get really, really bad. My department is on mandatory overtime over the weekend. I'm already working all weekend, but we have to come in on Monday of the eclipse. They're estimating just in the city of Mesquite alone to have an additional 50 to 100,000 people coming in for the eclipse. So our department, being the sister city next door, we're beefing up because we don't know what that's going to be like with that amount of people in hotels, restaurants, shopping, roadways. And then there's the conspiracy theories. The world's going to end on the eclipse and everything else. So we don't know yet, but we're bringing in double shifts. So, all right. I'm sorry, Adrian.
Next meeting should be having the Commissioner Dana McAuliffe to share with us the update about the county's 2050 plan for the strategic planning across the county, and we should have more information again with more water-related agreements that's going to be dealing with Phase 3 and Phase 5 for Sonoma Verde and development between the city and also Blackland Water Supply Corporation.
Awesome. Dan?
I attended a road consortium with the county last Wednesday, I believe, and there wasn't a lot of conversation regarding the road progresses that have been established and ongoing. What they talked about was basically funding through the federal government through grants, through COG, which is the larger entity up here, and that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Not much more than that.
Paul, you don't have anything because you don't really have a committee to work on yet. Floyd, did you get anything? Brian, have you had anything on y'all's?
No, ambulance service is running at 94% or greater.
Oh, wow.
So there's no issues there. Last meeting we had there was no changes. We're still doing good. We meet every other month.
Okay.
Next one won't be until May.
Yep. All right, I did think of something when it comes to direction of staff, questions, anything like that. We had a while back, I think, had earmarked funds and had talked about getting the sewer lines up to the Four Corners where we could get, we had talked to the guy that owns the Sonic and the gas station, and he was wanting to get on that if we got it over there. Have we done anything else with that yet?
We're in active discussions with TNP in the design of that.
Okay. So, because I don't want us to get lost somewhere with everything else going on of projects that we had started.
And I also, remember, the council decided that
Yeah.
we'd use COVID money for
Yes.
that. or-
And I know
or-
we've got
or
time
discuss
frames, if
that
we don't start
availability.
spending it, we lose.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
Just one thing. Last meeting, we had an agenda item that spoke to the point of assigning a council member to a developmental committee. So we had originated a development, so whenever developers would come in, we had at least another representative on that. And what we failed to do was actually assign an individual to that. We spoke about it and confirmed it, approved it, but we never assigned anybody. So whether it's in this moment now or at next.
Just a reminder, Mayor and Council, there's an Easter extravaganza at 1 p.m. on Saturday.